big, really rave reviews
So,
of
yeah,
it.
I didn't even take a picture. I'm going to.
And I like Kevin.
Good evening. I'd like to call tonight's session, have a motion to enter closed session before we start our regular meeting tonight. Do I have, for the reasons so stated on the agenda, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we will move to closed session. Meeting of the Orange County Board of Education for March the 10th to order. Welcome everyone that's here and those of you that are watching at home. We welcome you here tonight. We will start with our public charge that I will read. The Orange County Board of Education pledges to its citizens to conduct its business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect for fellow board members, staff, and citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves with the same courtesy toward both school personnel and each other. A moment of silence will be observed before each meeting. In addition to the moment of silence, the board will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. The board asks that you check your cell phones and other electronic devices to be certain that they are either turned off or on vibrate to avoid interruption of the meeting. And we will now stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. And now we will observe a moment of silence. Okay, thank you very much. We move into our recognitions, and we have several tonight. First one, I think, being Miss Amber Wilson is going to introduce our spelling bee winners. Always fun.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to introduce a couple of our spelling bee winners to you this evening. As you all know, all of our 3rd through 8th grade students here in Orange County Schools have the opportunity to participate in the spelling bee. So it starts with a classroom level bee that is conducted in November and December. And then in January, there are school level bees where those winners go on to compete. So this evening, we are going to recognize the 10 school level spelling bee champions for Orange County Schools. And many of them also went on to the Duke Regional Spelling Bee. And I will share a little bit of information about how they performed there as well as we go. And we do have a couple of them here in the room, but many of them are not with us this evening, and they will be recognized at their school with their trophy there. So first up, Central Elementary School, William Doe. From Eflin Cheeks Elementary School, we have Dallas McCain. From Grady Brown Elementary School, Eric Albert. Hillsborough Elementary School's winner is Joey von Furstenberg. New Hope Elementary School, we do have RJ Oziogu here with us this evening. So RJ, you can come on up. From Pathways Elementary School, we have Francis Herney. From River Park Elementary School, Alice Berglund. From A.L. Standback Middle School, we had Cora McKinney, who placed 4th in the Regional B, but is not able to be here with us tonight. From Gravelly Hill Middle School, we had Catherine Prom. And our last winner that is here in the room with us tonight is from Orange Middle School, and that is Rosalia Panic, and she placed 3rd at the Regional Spelling Bee. So congratulations. So we'd love to get a picture of these winners with you all. Good job. Can we shake hands? And thank you for the opportunity to recognize these students this evening.
Well, thank you for your work with this.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, great job. Congratulations.
Go ahead, keep going. Excellent.
We don't bite. We're okay. And we wish everyone could be here, but we're especially happy that the two of you were here tonight, so thank you. All right, it is also Orange County Schools Disability Acceptance Week and Disability Awareness Month, and Stacy Burns is going to talk about that. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you today to recognize March as Disability Awareness Month and also celebrating OCS in recognition of Disability Awareness Week. It's a time to honor the achievements and contributions of students with disabilities. Excuse me. This month serves as a reminder of the importance of recognizing each student's unique ability and ensuring they have the supports and opportunities to learn, grow, and thrive. In our schools, we witness daily the determination, creativity, and resilience of students with disabilities. Their accomplishments inspire us to continue fostering environments that encourage learning and personal growth. Whether mastering a new skill, building meaningful connections, or achieving academic milestones, every success is a testament to their hard work and the dedication of those who support them. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the unwavering commitment of our school board members, superintendent, educators, related service providers, principals, support staff, and families. Your advocacy, dedication, and belief in every student's potential make a profound impact, shaping pathways for success and helping students achieve their personal goals. This month is not only about awareness, but also about celebrating progress and reflecting on collective efforts that help students with disabilities thrive. It is a time to highlight their contributions to our schools and communities and appreciate the perseverance and strength they show every day. Let us use this month as an opportunity to learn, show our support, and continue working together to ensure every student has the opportunity to reach their fullest potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Okay, up next, we are going to talk about National School Social Worker Week, and that is with Dr. Dreyer. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I am delighted to stand before you as we recognize National School Social Work Week 2025 that took place on March 2nd through March 8th. This special week highlights the invaluable contributions school social workers make within our educational system. This year's theme, Unite to Ignite, Celebrating Our Impact, perfectly captures the collaborative spirit and transformative influence of these dedicated professionals. School social workers serve as vital bridges between students, families, schools, and communities, ensuring our children have the support they need to thrive academically and emotionally. It is now my honor to introduce our district's lead school social work coordinator, Ms. Avis Barnes-Strange, who will share more about the incredible work happening with our school social workers and the vision for continuous support of our students and families.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Jones. I am Ms. Avis Barnes-Strange, the lead school social worker coordinator. I am here on behalf of the amazing Orange County School social workers. Last week, we celebrated School Social Work Appreciation Week, a time to honor school social workers' incredible impact on our students, staff, school communities. As we all know, schools are more than just a place for academic learning. They are environments where students grow emotionally, socially, and psychologically. And that's where our school social workers come in. School social workers play a vital role in creating a safe and supportive space for all students. We help students navigate personal challenges, whether it's dealing with mental health issues, family struggles, conflict with peers. We provide counseling, support, and resources that help students build the resilience they need to succeed both in and out of the classroom. But our work goes beyond individual support. We also advocate systemic change. We collaborate with teachers, parents, and administrators to create programs and policies that foster a positive school environment for everyone. Today, let's take a moment to recognize the dedicated compassion and professionalism that our school social workers bring every day. We are the unsung heroes who make a difference in students' lives, empowering them to overcome challenges and achieve their full potential. On behalf of the school social workers, thank you for recognizing March 2nd through March 8th, 2025 as National School Social Work Week in Orange County Schools. Thank you.
Thank you both, and I will say that we have wonderful social workers in Orange County Schools, and we are happy to celebrate them at any time. So thank you both for being here tonight. All right, up next, we have Dr. Pack, who is going to talk about Arts and Education Month.
Good evening, Chairperson Purcell, board members, Superintendent Jones, and our guests in the audience. I am here on behalf of Ms. Braxton, who could not be here this evening, to present the Arts and Education Month proclamation for North Carolina. March has been proclaimed Arts and Education Month by our governor as a time to recognize and celebrate the essential role of the arts in North Carolina schools. The arts provide students with opportunities to develop creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, and communication skills, preparing them for success in whatever career pathway they choose. In Orange County Schools, we are proud to offer a robust arts education spanning 3 distinct disciplines: music, including instrumental and vocal, theater arts, and visual arts. Our students have the opportunity to engage in arts education at every level. In elementary school, they have general music and visual arts. In 6 through 8, middle school, band, chorus, and visual arts. And at the high school, they have the opportunity for band, chorus, visual arts, and theater arts. Through these programs, our students not only develop artistic skills, but also build confidence, resilience, and a lifelong appreciation for the arts. We are grateful for the support of our school board, our educators, our families, and our community in ensuring that arts education remains a vital part of Orange County schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we need to adopt our agenda. Do I have a motion to approve this? The agenda adoption?
We don't, consent items we take care of later, correct?
No,
Well,
take care of them now.
So then I'd like to,
consent,
You need either a
You wanna do
motion
both
to
of them at the
approve the
same
agenda
time?
or amend it.
do what?
You need a motion to approve the agenda or amend it.
Okay, to approve or amend the agenda.
so I would like to, pull the number. 300. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have the wireless. I would like to pull policy 4318, use of wireless communication devices for, so I'd like to pull that item
That would be for discussion,
for discussion.
for discussion and action.
Thanks.
4318 for discussion.
Yep.
Are there any more that need to be pulled?
Hmm. 4,300.
Does anyone want to, we can pull 4,300 and bring it back? Okay. We will bring back 4,300. We will pull 4318 for discussion. Do I have a motion to approve this?
Motion to approve with the two changes?
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that is approved. And we will discuss 4318 as we get into the consent agenda. Okay, and we will move on right now with public comment. Okay, Mr. Richmond?
We will now hear public comments. Speakers will be called in the order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Yielding time to other speakers is not permitted. If a speaker has written materials they would like to share, please hand them to our board clerk, Franklin McCune, and he will distribute them to the board. The purpose of public comment is for the board to hear from members of the public, not to engage in back and forth discussions. Per our policy, board members will not respond to speakers during public comment session. The board greatly values public feedback and welcomes all comments, regardless of viewpoint. However, please be reminded that children are often present at these meetings and that our public comment policy prohibits profanity, vulgarity, and personal abuse of any person. We ask that all comments be civil, respectful, and free of personal attacks. Any speaker who violates our public comment period or otherwise exceeds the bounds of order and decorum will be given a warning. Continued violations may result in the speaker being ruled out of order, at which point we will move on to the next speaker. Our first speaker tonight is Kate Center.
Good evening, Chair Purcell, Superintendent Jones, and members of the board. My name is Kate Center, and I'm here tonight as the president of the Hillsborough Elementary School PTA, and as a parent who, like many in this room, is deeply invested in our future of our schools. We are here to formally present this open letter signed by over 320 parents, teachers, and community members, urging the board to establish a year-round middle school option in Orange County. To those here tonight in support of this initiative, please stand or raise your hand. This is not a new request. For years, parents have advocated for a year-round middle school, recognizing the benefits it would bring not just to the students coming from Hillsborough Elementary School's year-round program, but to families across the district looking for a more balanced academic calendar. Without it, we continue to see students leave Orange County schools for districts that offer what we do not. This is an opportunity to keep our families in our schools, strengthening our community, and providing choices that meet the needs of more students. The letter we are presenting tonight outlines the numerous benefits of a year-round middle school, including reducing summer learning loss, which disproportionately affects disadvantaged students, preventing student and teacher burnout by incorporating regular breaks throughout the year, easing the burden on working families who struggle with childcare during the long summer breaks, providing more enrichment opportunities for both struggling and advanced learners, retaining more Hillsborough Elementary students within our district rather than seeing them leave for other year-round options like the Expedition School or Eno River Academy with its modified year-round schedule. We know that space, resources, and long-term planning are factors in your decision-making. However, we know that other districts have found ways to make year-round middle schools work within existing schools through creative scheduling and reallocation of resources. We ask that you take an intentional look at what is possible rather than dismissing the idea based on its current structures. The families here tonight and many more who could not attend are looking at you for solutions. Additionally, this is not about one group of students. A year-round middle school would help all families in our districts by providing greater educational equity, flexibility, and choice. More families are seeking alternative schedules that work better with their children's learning and work-life balance. Providing this option would make Orange County school districts more competitive and more attractive to families who might otherwise look outside the district. The question is, when will a decision be made? Parents have been asking for this for years. This need has not changed, but time is slipping away. With major decisions being made about school facilities and programs, the time to act is now. We urge the board to put this issue on the agenda, hold a discussion, and provide families with a clear timeline for action. Over 320 members of our community have signed this letter because they are looking to you for your leadership and action. When will you make a decision? The families here tonight and many more deserve to know where you stand and what steps will be taken. I have printed copies of our open letter for you tonight, and we have sent a digital version to ensure your ease of access. We appreciate your time, your service to the school, and your consideration of this issue. We look forward to your response. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Chelsea Morrison.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Morrison, and I'm a proud parent of a third grader and a kindergartner at Hillsborough Elementary School and their 3-year-old brother. Tonight, I stand with Ms. Center and so many others from the HES in support of a year-round middle school as a priority in future planning for the district. I have a few points to add to hers coming from my own perspective as a former student at year-round schools in Wake County from 2nd grade through 12th grade. One common concern I hear about year-round middle schools is that athletic programs will suffer, but I don't believe this is the case. I attended Durant Road Elementary and Middle Schools and then Southeast Raleigh High School, a 4A year-round magnet high school, and I was a 4-year varsity athlete in cross-country, indoor, and outdoor track. Since its founding in 1997, Southeast has had stellar athletics, including in its short history, state championship wins in women's cross country, women's basketball, cheerleading, women's and men's indoor track, and outdoor track. Friends and acquaintances of mine earned college scholarships in not only the above sports, but also baseball, men's basketball, football, women's soccer, men's soccer, and women's golf at a time when the school was less than 10 years old. How did we do it when 2 of the intersessions took place in the middle of sports seasons? We still had practice. That still sounds overly simple, but it could be whatever the team made it. For cross country, for example, we might meet once a week for an early morning run and then do individual workouts and then attend the meets as scheduled. Coaches worked around the schedules of both rec sports in the community and working parents, and needless to say, it worked. My intuition says that those worried about athletics at a year-round school suffering don't yet have experience with a year-round school. Southeast Raleigh also had an asset that is one of the main reasons we chose Hillsborough Elementary School: greater cultural and economic diversity than year-round options outside of the district. Southeast was both the zoned school for its neighborhood and a choice school because of being year-round. When considering kindergarten, we applied and were accepted to many local charters, including a K-8 year-round charter school. In the end, year-round at HES was the right choice for us. There was higher diversity there than at the charter, and conveniences like inexpensive school lunch and busing were available to us. The sense of community at HES, the way all students are supported, and the way the schedule supports our learning means a lot to our family. We urge you to take action toward a year-round middle school for the benefit of Orange County students and families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Monica Meyer.
Good evening. My name is Monica Meyer. I am a parent of a student at Hillsborough Elementary School. I have two sons. My eldest went to Orange and then Cedar after we moved across town. My youngest started kindergarten at Hillsborough Elementary and is currently at 1st grade there. I'm a military veteran, so my eldest always is changing districts based on our movements and our financial situations. My youngest enrolled at HES after his best friend in our neighborhood started there as well. The schedule has been great, and the opportunity of my youngest having a community to grow with, teachers as well as friends, is so valuable to our family. Mr. Moreno taught at Orange Middle School when my eldest was there, and we were beyond delighted to have our youngest son enjoy his passion for teaching Spanish as well as having the experience of saying, "He taught your brother." It's not something that we can always do when you're moving so often. I believe that the local families might consider HES if there is an ability to have a year-round, allowing for more diversity at the school from the local communities. And selfishly, I would love more than anything to give my son a close-knit family and friend group, regardless of our district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Katie Harper.
Thank you for taking public comment and for everyone's hard work serving students in Orange County. I have 2 children in the district, a middle schooler who went to elementary school at HES and one who will finish at HES next year. We have loved so much about HES, the teachers most of all, and also the schedule, with regularly spaced long breaks that help my kids and their teachers to recharge. The breaks were especially helpful to my more neurodivergent kid. Both my kids made sweet friendships at HES, and that I hope may grow into lifelong ones. What I've struggled with as a parent at HES is the way that our school pulls from a subset of students in the district without being representative of the district at large. It reminds me of our local charters in that far fewer students are eligible for free and reduced lunch compared to our district average. At the 2 local charters, 5 to 10% of students have typically been eligible for free and reduced lunch. At HES, that number last year was 20%. The district average is currently around 50%, and at some of our district's elementary schools, the number is close to 70%. When I think about requests for a year-round K-8, I feel conflicted. On the one hand, I want my kids' friends to be able to go to a school they are really excited about with a schedule that really works for them. On the other hand, I want our district's decisions to benefit as many students as possible and not perpetuate a system of consolidated advantage and consolidated need. If we could figure out ways to make our current year-round program more representative of our district at large, I would have far fewer reservations about expanding the program to middle schoolers. Thinking about the bond, I don't know the best way to spend $125 million on capital improvements when our district has $1 billion in identified need. What I do know is that the Wolpert study was really thorough and thoughtful. I appreciated that the study was made available on the district's website and that Wolpert representatives came to several board meetings to make presentations. I also appreciated the community input sessions this past month, particularly a discussion about accessibility at all schools being a top priority. I'm concerned, though, that very few people were able to attend the input sessions, which could influence the takeaways. For example, Orange Middle School is listed as a high priority in the Wolpert report, but the idea of replacing a middle school received the least amount of support from the 20 to 30 attendees at both input sessions. The survey may also produce skewed results. Only 2% of the 391 survey respondents, or about 8 people, listed an affiliation with Central Elementary. If option 1 is to be seriously considered, I hope many more community members who would be affected will have opportunities to weigh in. I wore this Public School Strong shirt tonight because I wanted the organization's values of safe, equitable, fully funded public schools to frame my comments. I know we are nowhere near fully funded in North Carolina, due in large part to the NCGA stranglehold on state funding. But I hope that you will take the funding we do have from this bond to do the most amount of good for the most number of students, with special consideration for the voices we haven't heard from tonight and the community members who weren't able to fill out the survey. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
And our final speaker tonight is Spring Dawson.
Good evening to the board, Dr. Jones. I'm here to follow up on the resolution that the board unanimously passed on February 10th in support of our immigrant students and families. I want to follow up specifically on the last 3 bullet points of that resolution and ask what's happened in the month or so since then. The first bullet I'll read out recognizes a responsibility to minimize disruptions to the learning environment and therefore reserves the right to deny entry to school system property unless there's a legal right of entry or exigent circumstances. I urge you again to be explicit about not allowing ICE to enter our school buildings unless or until legal counsel confirms that they have a judicial warrant. The next provision, the board encourages the superintendent to continue to collaborate with community-based organizations who provide support and resources for undocumented and mixed status students and families to better understand and address whole child concerns, to connect families to resources, and update the board on these collaborative efforts. As far as I could tell, and I might be wrong, but I did check my email before coming here tonight, the only district-wide communication about this issue was on January 29th. The subject line of that email was safe and welcoming schools for all students and families, and it said some really important things that came from the prior board meeting. But with regard to supports for families, it said, we encourage all our families to contact their school's student support staff if their child has concerns or social emotional needs at any time. When I read that as a parent, that places the burden on the parent, and I don't think that's right in this context. I hope and believe that communication is happening one-on-one in multiple channels that I can't see, and I think that messaging from the district matters. And when I receive multiple OCS family updates in the intervening weeks without including steps to address the current threat to immigrant families, it doesn't feel right. I understand that school leaders across the country are cautious about retaliation from our federal government and from local groups, and I urge you to center those who are most vulnerable to immigration enforcement threat in your decision-making. If there's a tension between angering adults or protecting our children, I believe we must courageously and strategically move to protect the children in our community. Final provision was requesting superintendent continue to monitor relevant data and provide regular updates to the board. So I'm simply just asking for follow-up about when and where that will happen so that we can follow along. As I shared in January, there's strong reason to expect that immigration enforcement threat is broadly impacting the Latin and immigrant communities in Orange County, including students and staff, regardless of documentation status. Further, I believe this affects all of our children as they witness what is unfolding, with many kids feeling the fear and anxiety of their friends and classmates. The federal administration has made it clear that they are not just seeking to deport violent criminals, they are defining every adult and child without legal status in the U.S. as a criminal. Our children are watching and listening and in need of anti-bullying messages of care and inclusion and a clear moral stance from the adults they count on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Concludes public comment.
Okay. We move into board comments. Ms. Padilla, can we start with you?
Sure. I think it's my month.
It's your month.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments, and thank you for being here. I'll start with saying I'm grateful that we're still celebrating Women's History Month. And I'll start with a quote. "There's no force more powerful than a woman determined to rise." That's W.E.B. Du Bois. What I did this month, I like to say I ran around. I did go to the Ag Summit where our Orange County school had a table, and I spoke to some of the students there, and they're very happy with the program, the Ag program that we have. And two of them said that they want to pursue farming, which is speaking to my heart. I also attended the Black History Month Student Expo, which was phenomenal. And I spent some time down at 16 West Jones to speak in support of HB 78 and HB 80. I also attended I'm going to say this word a little wrong, memorializing of Daniel Washington and Thomas Jefferson Morrow, who were lynched in Hillsborough. And this is a reminder that we cannot and will not repeat history. I also participated in the Poetry Out Loud in Charlotte over the weekend, where a lot of students from various counties competed with poetry. And it was just amazing to see that a lot of our students have a passion for poetry, and a lot of them spoke on what is happening right now. And I just want to thank the social workers. Without you, we would be lost, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. Ms. Smiley?
Yes, thank you to everyone who came out and spoke tonight, and thank you to our school social workers and our arts educators and those who work with our students with disabilities. You make this experience rich for our students, and congratulations to the spelling bee winners. That's all I got.
Thanks, everyone, for coming out tonight and voicing your perspectives and concerns. Appreciate, Ms. Padilla, that you mentioned the Morrow family memorial, which was really moving. I've lost track of time, but that was since the last board meeting, and that was local history, the lynching that happened of those three men. recently I was able to attend the FFA Ham and Egg evening at Orange High School. I know how, what like a valuable opportunity FFA is for many of those kids. It's so many broad skills as well as the ag skills, and they're really a professional bunch, and that was a pleasure. And then also the next night was the African American Student Expo, which is excellent, and I love the different groups that come from across the district to perform. I was able to attend one of the community bond conversations, and I appreciate those and the input we heard. I do feel like we need to do more in terms of hearing from broader sector of the community with, of course, translation, and I'm hoping we can plan some reverse translation community meetings. We've only done one or two of those that I can recall in past several years. One impromptu, one was more candidates last year, and I, given the demographics of our district, I think we owe it to our community to have some reverse translation events so that we're hearing from a broader sector of the community.
Thank you. Ms. Hauser?
Sure. I want to add my congratulations to the spelling bee winners and thank you to the social workers who are amazing. I also want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and for your thoughtful comments. And I do want to add my support for a serious look at the year-round programming and its role in Orange County schools. This debate has been going on for years, and there have been many conflicting narratives, and I think we need to bring them together and say, what are the facts? And the board needs to have a conversation about whether students and teachers and the district would benefit from expanding year-round programming. It's a great time to have that conversation, given the work that's happening now with facilities and the strategic plan. So I'm wondering if we could schedule a board conversation on this, maybe as part of student achievement, or a special board work session or retreat, but would like to have, it's time to have the conversation. We've been delaying it for a long time. I also wanted to, in honor of Art in Education Month, I'd like to shout out to Laurie Shepley and the Cedar Ridge High School IB students who had a lovely exhibit at the Margaret Lane Gallery, and to the gallery for welcoming our students into their space. And I'm sorry I missed the poetry program that Ms. Padilla mentioned. I just have to say thank you, a special thank you to Sherry Thomas and the Eflin Cheek Student Chorus, because a few weeks ago, the 5th grade chorus sang an original song that was written by Miss Thomas, and it began, I won't sing it, in our school, everyone is different. In our school, that's what makes us great. And it ended with the students reciting the 50 countries that are represented in their global elementary school. I couldn't have been prouder, and I just love the way Orange County Schools uses the arts to reinforce our values and our commitment to student success. Thank you.
Mr. Asper?
Thank you for everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming out with your comments and context. Really appreciate it. Agree. Conversation is definitely needed. Congratulations to all our spelling bee winners. Thank you, social workers, for all your work that you do every day and continue to do, no matter if it's a holiday, a weekend, whenever families need you. We really appreciate it. I was able to attend the Eflin Cheek concert. Definitely, it was fantastic. Love hearing all of our students, the music, the engagement. It was definitely, I would say, a sold-out event. Got to attend the county commissioners meeting on the bond and the management. Definitely looking forward to our discussion tonight, more on that update. Love seeing the 3rd annual Black History Month Student Expo, where our students got to perform, and just amazing the talent our students have in our community. The FFA breakfast dinner attended as well. It is amazing to see those students and the give back they give to our community every day. as part of that, the leadership, and also how they are competing on a national level and representing Orange County. Hope to see Cedar Ridge as well bring their program on and get their pole barn in place. Attended the baseball first pitch dinner. It was wonderful hearing Coach Dees come back and talk about our athletic program, the requirements of not only the athletics, but also the academics, the expectations of how you represent yourself in the schools, and how baseball has changed over the years. So definitely appreciated learning a lot more. Second to the last thing is the celebration of the school bus drivers and the breakfast. Just wanted to thank Sheriff Blackwood for his ongoing support of our bus drivers, making sure we have a breakfast to celebrate them, and all of the sheriff's departments supporting them, especially when we have people passing our buses as students are trying to get off. You can't make this stuff up. The last thing I just wanted to do was just remind our community members that you're always welcome to come volunteer in our schools and to help out. And there's no time better than now, whether you're going to come in and help out during a lunch, come read a book to a class, or just help out with the day-to-day activity. I know our schools would really appreciate you taking some time, whether it's a lunchtime, breakfast, whenever you can, come and volunteer in our schools. Thank y'all for coming out tonight.
Mr. Richmond?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I want to congratulate all the spelling bee winners and even the students that competed in the spelling bees. Congratulations to those students as well for just being a part of that. Thank you to all of our social workers for your unwavering commitment to our students. That's a tough task. I've had to work hand in hand with the social workers, and that is a tough job, but very fulfilling at the end of the day. I did attend the National FFA Day ham and egg dinner, which was very delicious. I learned a lot, and it was great to see those FFA officers recite their, not their oaths, but their positions. They had to memorize those positions. So kind of hit home with me, because in Freemasonry, which I think FFA was kind of founded from, you have to remember and recite those wordings for those specific positions. So that's great. And then the next day, I actually got to attend the Black History Expo, which I loved and enjoyed. I got a great niece who was on the STEP team, who was leading the STEP team. And so it was great to see her and all of the students that attended and was a part of it. And the singing, that was wonderful. And then finally, I was able to attend Coach Richard Lyons' memorial. And he was a coach and teacher and driver's ed teacher here in Orange County for about 32 years. He started out at the old Central High School, the black high school here in Hillsborough, and during desegregation, he was able to come over to Stanford Middle School, now Orange Middle School. And so I was able to attend his memorial service, and the board had put together a proclamation before he passed away during when we recognized the 1969 basketball team. So we created a proclamation for him then, and so I was able to read that at the memorial service for the family. So that was good.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to reiterate what everyone has said about all of our groups that were recognized tonight. I go back to the time that I was a principal, and the spelling bee was always a big day at the school, because the students got to come into the auditorium and they got to spell words. Some of them didn't like it, some of them loved it, but it was always a lot of fun to watch that. So congratulations to all of our spelling bee winners and all of our social workers. We couldn't have schools without social workers. It just wouldn't happen. And to all of our arts in Orange County, it's just phenomenal. I got to attend the Love the Bus and see all of our bus drivers, or as many that were there that day. And that is always fun to see them recognized for their hard work and dedication to students and parents as well, because they're looking after children every day on those buses, and we appreciate everything they do. I also came and attended the bond community meeting we had here last week, and I see some familiar faces tonight that I met there last week, and I appreciate you coming and speaking to us tonight. And you have been heard, so we will have those conversations. Also got to attend the Board of County Commissioners meeting in Chapel Hill a couple of weeks ago, where we were discussing all of the bond and next steps. And so that was interesting as well. Big thing that I got to attend was the Black History Month celebration. And to see the amount of talent that we have in this district is just phenomenal. And I give a big shout out and kudos to Kim DeGraffenreid for pulling that together and finding all those students to come and be willing to get up on the stage at Orange High School and perform and sing and dance and do all the things that they did. It is just, it's phenomenal to see them do that, and just great. So those were the things that I have done this past month, and I do appreciate all of you being here tonight. We are always happy to have people come and speak, so thank you very much for those who spoke tonight. Dr. Jones, do you have anything?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Good evening, Chair Purcell, Vice Chair Richmond, members of the board, student staff, and community members. I wanted to take a moment to extend my gratitude to our community for your support in approving the recent bond. Thanks to the trust and investment from our community, we will be able to improve our facilities by addressing some of the critical needs identified in the facility assessment conducted by Wolpert. While the Wolpert report outlines facility needs, we value the input from our community. I want to personally thank those members of our community that took time to share their feedback either through our survey or by attending one of our community input sessions. We will continue to keep you informed about our progress and communicate when additional opportunities to provide feedback will become available. In Orange County Schools, we recognize the importance of supporting families throughout their child's educational journey. Last month, we hosted a kindergarten registration event, which was very well attended, despite the weather. It was wonderful seeing families bring their little ones, some shyly being guided to visit school tables, while others bounced from one activity to the next, full of energy. I couldn't tell you who was more excited between the children and the teachers, but everyone there had lots of energy. Coming from a middle school person, right? All the babies were bouncing. But I can tell you that this event is more than simply learning about kindergarten. It is about welcoming new families into our school community, and that was exciting to see. On this Thursday, March 13th, OCS will host a Preparing for Middle School event at Orange Middle. Families will have a chance to meet principals from each of the 3 middle schools and learn about the available course offerings and practical tips to support their child during their transition to middle school. If you have a rising 6th grader, please try to make these events to make an early connection with the middle school teams. We have also held multiple events to support our middle schoolers who will transition to high school. In January, our high school principals engaged families to discuss the various opportunities available in high school, from leadership opportunities, clubs, athletics, cultural arts, career and technical education opportunities, and how to earn college credits. Tours were also conducted at Cedar Ridge and Orange High School shortly after this event. If you missed this event, feel free to reach out to the schools directly to schedule a tour. Finally, I want to thank all the teachers and staff, both at the school and district level, that worked tirelessly to prepare these events and all of the other events that you all named. That is in addition to their regular day jobs that we ask them to do in supporting students and staff.
These events are designed to support students and their families and to build strong connections between home and school. Thank you for all of your comments and recognizing the hard work of our staff, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. All right, we now move into our consent agenda with a motion to approve with two changes. Policy 4300 we bring back. Policy 4318 we pull for discussion tonight.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye, okay. It is approved. And policy 4318 is open for discussion. Did you want to start that, Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, just really simple. I like the policy. I appreciate us putting something together on this. The only question I had was on section C, the search of wireless communication devices, which gives us authorizes us to search a student's device if there is evidence that a student is violating a law, violating board policy, the code of conduct, or a school rule. I just wanted to add that parents will be informed if this happens. And that's all, just a really simple addition to it.
Yeah, the intention is to follow policy 4342, which includes parents being notified. For clarity, I would recommend we just start that sentence with following policy 4342, the school, and then just continue on the sentence. And that way, it's very clear that the expectation is that it would follow that policy and parents would be notified and the board would get updated in a quarterly report on any such searches.
I'm not sure. Are you suggesting that we just rely on 4342 as, that
Well,
people leave it to interpretation, or that we should change the wording?
No, I'm saying add at the beginning of the sentence, following policy 4342, the school officials must contact, and that way, when you go to 4342, everything
Perfect.
applies.
Perfect. That works for me.
Mr. Cowick, do you want to add something?
Sure.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I will note that if we want to add something about parental notification, we already referenced policy 4342 in the first sentence of that paragraph. If we add per policy 4342 at the start of the additional sentence, which said the school official must, that's not included in 4342. So it gives sort of a false impression that's saying that 4342 is saying we must contact, the school official must contact the superintendent, and 4342 does not say that.
That's right. 4342 says there has to be parent notification as soon as reasonably possible, but not, there's no requirement to contact the superintendent before the search, per se.
So perhaps adding another sentence of per 4342, school officials must must provide parental notification. That would be a accurate statement to, I think, account for what the board is expressing.
Yes.
Does that cover it?
Yeah, I think that's consistent. So we say per 4342, parents will be notified,
Okay.
the school.
Is that?
Did you want to say it differently? Well, it's the chair of the
No,
committee.
Maybe
Go ahead.
something like parents will be notified of any such search in accordance with policy 4342.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Motion to approve with modifications.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion is approved.
Thank you.
Okay. For discussion and action, we have an update on our strategic plan priority 3. That is coming from Mr. Cowick.
Good evening, everyone. Board Chair Purcell, board members, Superintendent Jones, staff, community. I am honored to be here to present to you an update for the strategic plan priority 3 regarding exemplary staff. Okay. So as you can see, our first, we are here to talk about the priority 3 update. Again, whoops, sorry, I'm getting a hang of this. For priority 3, our current strategic plan from 2021 to 2026 instructs us for OCS will recruit, hire, support, and retain culturally proficient and high-quality staff committed to providing all students with an excellent education in a welcoming environment. Again, brief review. Our 4 priorities are listed on this slide here. Exemplary staff is one of the 4, along with teaching tomorrow's leaders, excellence and efficiency, and empowering culture. Of course, all our strategic plan priority goals are linked to our equity plan goals, which are listed on this slide. Building the equity leadership capacity of district leaders, equity plan goal 3, and recruit, hire, support, and retain teacher and staff that reflect the racial and language diversity of the student population, equity plan goal 4. This is the current strategic plan goals. All right. So as an update on our current goals, so our first goal was that Orange County Schools teacher retention rate of 81.9% will increase. The strategies that were originally brought for goal 1 was to create staff affinity groups that will promote inclusiveness, community, and provide relevant PD for staff. This was an effort that had been started in the past and has been reinvigorated this year. The second goal was to obtain feedback from the superintendent roundtable to provide more transparency to staff and gain trust with OCS employees. This feedback has been going on. The 2 specific feedback that we have received, that HR has received from this, was in regard to back in the spring of 2024 regarding substitute teachers, to have more substitutes, more training. That has been in operation since that time. And the other feedback we received from the Teacher of Year Roundtable back in the spring of 24 was related to employee onboarding experience. That also has been an ongoing process, recent discussions, tie-in between our finance, IT, and HR department to make that process as smooth as possible. And finally, the third strategy was to utilize 360 survey data to address areas that are presented as not inclusive and equitable. As you know, I started in August, well after the strategic plan has started. I don't know of this 360 survey data yet, but if you bear with me when we get to the recommended goals, I'm going to talk a little bit about this then. All right. So as far as some key performance indicators, you can see from this chart, we had a target goal was set of a teacher retention rate of 81.9% will increase. If you look at the level of years there, increasing to 89.9% in that second column for the target goals in the year 2025-26. We do have some actual data. You can see that in our 22-23 data, this data typically comes out in late March. So that's why we're sort of behind in reporting the official data. So our most current data would be 23-24 sometime later this month, but we haven't received that data yet. We can see from 21-22 to 22-23 that we actually sort of went in the wrong direction. We see the no change or decline. Hopefully, once we get our numbers later this month, we'll be able to report a positive change there. For your strategic plan, priority 3, goal 2, which was staff retention rate for teachers of color will increase. The strategies that were listed were to create staff affinity groups. I've already talked about that. Identify teacher leaders of color through EVOS, NESIS, OCS observation, and staff proposals to lead professional development, and to establish a cohort of veteran staff of color to mentor new staff of color to provide mentorship, community, and partnership as they navigate work in OCS. Certainly one of the strategies that has been implemented by our excellent executive director of staffing, who was unfortunately unable to be here tonight, was our guide mentors. For those of you unfamiliar, GUIDE is sort of an acronym for guided mentorship for underrepresented staff to create inclusive and diverse educational workspace. So there's a few extra words in there, but GUIDE is in there in the acronym. That is a program that is in operation and used to help support our beginning teachers. As far as key performance indicators, our staff retention rate for teachers of color, you'll see it's a similar chart as what I presented for goal 1. Again, we seem to have a drop from 21-22 to 22-23. Our unofficial data, because we have not yet received the DPI file, seems that we have reversed that trend and our retention rate in this area has actually increased. So once we get official data, we'll have updates to this as well, but a positive sign for goal 2. As far as goal 3, going right, which is the representation gap between staff and students, specifically between Hispanic students and teachers, will narrow. That was the goal. You can see from the key performance indicators, our baseline data in 21-22 was we had a 21.5% differential between percentage of staff versus percentage of students. That we can see as we went to 22-23, that gap actually increased, so that was going in the wrong direction. It seemed to reverse itself for 23-24 based on our October 2024 data, and we don't have any updated data from that point on. So that's an update of what our current goals were. And listing them out, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, our current goals, goal 1 was to increase our teacher retention rate, goal 2 was to increase teacher of color retention rate, and goal 3, that the representation gap narrows between staff and students. In proposing some recommended goal amendments, we wanted to bring these recommended goals on the right because we believed it reflected more sort of what exemplary staff is. It's not just of course, teachers is our largest bulk of employees. Every day they're doing incredible work. Every minute of instructional time is important, but the school system is a lot more than just teachers. And we wanted to be able to reflect that in our goals as we finish out this strategic plan through 2026. And so by goal 1, we are proposing a new goal that the proficient teacher retention rate to be above the North Carolina state average. Goal 2, by June 2026, to create and implement an annual Orange County Schools employee survey, which resulting in 90% of all employee subgroups indicating that OCS is a good place to work and grow. And finally, for goal 3, by June 2026, at least 90% of all vacancies to be filled within 60 workdays. All right. Talking about the strategies for these goals, okay. So for the first proposed goal about the proficient teacher retention rate, here are the strategies. Some of them are in operation, some of them are, are upcoming. But we will continue the resource affinity groups to support all teachers. We do have a number of reimbursement and support programs for National Board Certified Teaching candidates and for candidates who are seeking their initial license to complete the EdTPA, the portfolio, which is often a barrier to employees getting their initial teaching license from an alternative license. We are also increasing collaborations. HR and our EC department has gotten together to work together more to support both individual teachers and be a presence at group EC teacher support for beginning teachers. HR offers reimbursements for licensure tests. There's also a note here about increasing HR accessibility. We feel the more that our employees know about their rights and responsibilities from the HR department, the more likely that they're going to want to work in a district such as OCS with our values and principles. Increased teacher recognitions. I'll note here, we're also planning to investigate the viability of advanced teacher roles for OCS, which is another way for our teachers, our advanced teachers, to stay and take on extra responsibilities for extra money. Just as a note, I will be in Charlotte tomorrow for a presentation on advanced teacher roles to learn more about this program. Application for that is in June. We'll have to see how we can fit that in moving forward, but it's certainly an avenue to explore, in addition to other grants. So that is some strategies that we would have for our proposed Goal 1. Moving on to Goal 2. So creating and implementing an annual OCS employee survey such that 90% of all employees would indicate that OCS is a good place to grow and work. We've already talked about employee onboarding process improvements. We hope to begin a Classified Employee of the Month award beginning next year as well. Again, increasing HR accessibility. We've already begun having specific onboarding modules and trainings for specific OCS positions, such as, for example, school bookkeepers, where if somebody moves into that position, they haven't done it before, it's a whole new world, it's a whole new language. We have to be there to support them for success. Increasing HR professional development offerings and collaborations. Okay, this has already begun, whether it's with principals or the Assistant Principal Academy, talks with operations, with finance. So we are all part of a whole, as again, the more our employees know about their rights and responsibilities, the more we think they're going to appreciate the OCS way, and will lead to greater work satisfaction and retention. We will continue to support our resource and affinity groups, and we're also reinvigorating our Teacher of the Year and retiree celebrations as a way, again, to make sure that OCS is a good place to work and grow. Finally, Okay, my Goal 3. Yes, thank you. Finally, Goal 3, by June 2026, at least 90% of all vacancies to be filled within 60 workdays. We are going to continue the best practices by our HR staffing team and OCS leaders that create and maintain pipelines and contact with OCS applicants to fill vacancies as quickly as possible. We are spending more attention on increased emphasis on bus driver vacancies. So far, our transportation department has been able to keep us out of the news for transportation, which we love. Part of that is looking at how we can get our current employees and new employees access to their CDLs to be able to drive a bus. Just last week, we had a meeting with our Orange County Department of Social Services to talk about mutual partnership. They're looking to hire people, we're looking to hire people, how we can support each other. They may even have a booth at our job fair coming up on April 12th, so we've got a number of things in the pipeline there. We're continuing our partnership with local universities to help us increase the numbers of student teachers, interns, and cohorts at Orange County schools. And finally, trying to make better use of our Orange County school properties and staff to help recruit locally. We've got a lot of people who come into our buildings for parent nights, and we want to do more with that to increase our recruitment. So there is an action item for this presentation, which is to update the goals for the rest of the 2021 through 2026 strategic plan. And I leave that for your consideration and any questions you might have.
Ms. Dole? Thank you for this thorough presentation, Mr. Kowik. I understand, looking at the original goal 2 of increased teacher of color retention rate, I understand how replacing it with, all employee subgroups, if we retain all employee subgroups, we're going to also retain teachers of color. So I appreciate how that is, broader, but still includes that goal, which I think is an important goal. I have 2 points about not keeping the Goal 3 of representation gap narrows between staff and students. And the data you had that showed that we went in the wrong direction, I would personally be interested in some more fleshed out data to that end, because I know at some points we had data that was showing particularly increases in our number of Hispanic teachers. So just having it as one number doesn't break out some of those different groups. And so that's one question I have. I am curious when this new data comes out, if what we'll see there. And I am concerned about not holding on to that goal in any shape or form that I can see, because I think that representation gap is has an impact from my understanding. So I'm curious why we aren't wanting to keep that.
So it's not that we don't want to keep it. It's just that a lot of that goal may be out of our control. We can't, we of course welcome all our students, and our population of Hispanic students is growing and growing and growing, and we sometimes cannot control who applies, although we do our best to recruit where we can. So to have a goal that we actually have very little control of sort of the outcome doesn't mean we want to remove it in spirit, but to have it as a goal may be difficult to have measurable outcomes that we can count on. So that was the spirit behind it. It's not to remove the principle of the idea or to work to increase the diversity of our staff. But that was the rationale behind it.
And just to add to that, if I can, that also doesn't exclude us from reporting out as well. If that is something that, just because it's not a goal, doesn't mean we can't report out on that.
Okay, and while you were talking, that made me wonder, we still could have been increasing, for example, our Hispanic educator population, but one part of your point, I believe, is that we are growing our percentage of Hispanic students, for example, faster than we are increasing our Hispanic educators. So the gap could be widening even if we are making progress, or just not making it fast enough. Is that part of what you're
While
saying?
I can't predict the future, that's certainly the trend in terms of when we look at the number of Hispanic teachers and educators we have compared to our changing demographics over time and the patterns, so.
Ms. Molly?
Yeah, I just want to, so I appreciate all three of the goals that you are proposing, and I think they're great, and I'm glad that, I think they address some other gaps, like the one addressing vacancies, I think is really important. So very glad to see those. I don't support removing a goal related to the representation of our teacher population growing closer to our student population in some kind of way. I think over the years, over the past maybe 5 years, we've put significant effort towards impacting that and have significantly increased the number of Latino Hispanic teachers that we have, the number of Black teachers that we have. Like, that has actually made a difference over time. And I think that's really important. So that's something that I would like to see us add. And I don't know that this, maybe it isn't particularly phrased this way or something, maybe it's phrased in a different way, but I do think that having some sort of attention and focus there has made a huge difference. I mean, I think we tripled or 5 times increased the number of Hispanic teachers. I mean, it was, and the numbers were still very small and not nearly representative of the students, and the student population grew faster. But it makes a difference in where we decide to recruit, So like the strategies for the proposed goal 3, they include Chapel Hill, NC State, Durham Tech. It doesn't say HBCUs, minority serving institutions. We do have those partnerships and relationships, and I'm sure we would continue to do that, but there's something about naming it that I think prompts us to make sure that we have those strategies. So, sharing that feedback.
Okay. Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, thank you for this. And I have to just compliment the work that you and Ms. Brimmer are doing to really bring our HR department to a new level and really a powerhouse. So thank you. It's a tiny department, but you are doing an incredible amount of work. And I really appreciate the high expectations that you're setting for yourselves in the district. That's a big deal. So thank you for that. I also, you know this, I just have to say this, I am thrilled to hear that you are exploring advanced teaching roles. So big thank you for that. I think you know Wake County has adopted it this year. Chatham is looking at it. And I didn't know if you're thinking about applying for the grant, the DPI grant, to do the planning. You have a little bit of time on that. But would love to hear what you think after you visit Charlotte. On the employee survey, you said you'll be looking at what we're actually doing. Would employees have a role in creating that survey?
They can. That hasn't been fleshed out exactly how we do it, but it's certainly the OCS way to get buy-in from our employees when we do something like this.
Okay, great. And I like the aggregate goals, and I like the focus on retention of proficient educators, because that, again, sets a higher expectation. I like that. What I wonder about, first of all, there's metrics about the subgroups and also schools. And while I don't think we need to capture every single group in school, it would be helpful to capture outliers. So if we have a school that has a particularly high attrition rate, or a subgroup that has a particularly high, that's not close to the average, I think it would be helpful for us to know that. It suggests it needs something that needs attention. And I hear loud and clear the question on representative proportionality of Black and Hispanic teachers. When I talk to, and it's a hard goal, and all the things that people said, it's the numbers are changing, our Black students are declining, our Hispanic students are going up. Maintaining that proportionality is tough. What parents have told me is, and this is Black and Hispanic parents, that it's important for them to see, for their children to see leaders and people in their school that look like them. And so there's a question about coverage, and I wonder if we could at least take a look at coverage, and do we have coverage of Black and Hispanic and teachers in our schools. That's all. It's just something to think about. Thank you. Very great job. Thank you so much.
Mr. Anthony, did you want to say something? You look like you did.
Yes, I do. So I do have concerns about completely removing goal 3 and the representation. I think we can come up with some wording that reinforces our commitment and tells our district that we do want to ensure this and that it is top of mind. I agree that the increase is not attainable based on the pipeline, but I think as soon as we remove it from kind of us saying this is what we are trying to do, I think it lessens or makes people feel that it's not as important. And I know that's not the intent, but I feel like we should have some wording that emphasizes that although we can't control it, we are wanting to ensure that and to have people that look like me or, you know, in all of our schools that people have looking forward to. So I would say that I would definitely like to see something come back on that.
Ms. Padilla?
I just wanted to add, thank you for the presentation. It's beautiful. I'm in line with Ms. Smiley. I believe that if we erased, we will forget. So I think it's important that we keep it so we don't forget, because we do need to see more representation. It's important, I believe, that we keep it, so we continue to work on it. And the same thing, like she said, we have a lot of talented Hispanic teachers. We just need to tap into the schools, like she mentioned, the HBCUs. I mean, we have great colleges near us, so I'm in line. I don't want this to be forgotten. So when I walk into a school, I'm not walked into just showing, I've been shown only the Hispanic teachers when I went to simply see all the teachers and visited the school. It was kind of okay. So I don't want it to be like that. I want students to feel that they're seen and people, their teachers that look like them.
Yeah, I mean, I think hopefully you saw through the strategies, nothing in sort of the way we're doing things would be changing. So whether it's just to have a fourth goal, or, to keep the current goal 3, is, something that can happen as well. And it seems that we wouldn't be changing necessarily any of the strategies, because the strategies are still focused on the same outcomes and goals that you've all expressed. So that could be
Mr. Richmond, you have any comment?
I'll say that I really appreciate the presentation, and I do agree that we do need to have more teachers that's representative of our student population, but I also understand how tough it is. I mean, if you go to some of our HBCUs like Central, you already have Durham County Schools tapping into those teachers and getting those. And then if you go to A&T, you have Guilford County tapping into those teachers there. So it's kind of tough trying to recruit and hire teachers of color. But I know you're going to speak more later on the staffing presentation. I will say that if we're able to tap into our students by hopefully creating some type of student teaching co-op program, I think, hopefully that's what I envision, is us being able to tap into our own students in Orange County schools, and hopefully getting some teachers out of that, especially some minority teachers. So,
Thank you for the presentation. I do agree with everybody else that we need to keep that in there, not just for students, but for the staff in the building as well. There's a lot that people learn from each other in the building, and I think the more diversified it is, the better it is for everybody, students and staff. So I would wholeheartedly agree that we keep that in there, some way or the other, goal for whatever. Do we need to see that before we approve this?
I would say we keep goal 3 and make the recommendation goal 3, goal 4.
Second.
I would just ask if we're able to bring it back
Okay, and that way y'all
with
can,
recommended goals. Yep, we'll bring it back.
and that way you can word it the way you
Yeah.
feel like it needs to be. Okay. All
That's
right,
fair.
we'll hold off tonight and then let you come back.
all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we need to
Do we?
take action to say bring back?
No, if you don't take action, then it can just be put on the agenda for a future meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we now move into staffing update. Is that you, Mr. Cowick? Not a very long sit over there.
Okay, well, good evening, everyone, again. So we will now talk about staffing updates. The last time that HR brought to you staffing a report was back in October of 2024. We're going to pursue, we've broken down our staffing update into both a classified section and a certified section to give you a sense of where we are. So our classified staff, just as a reminder, classified staff are non-licensed or non-certified staff. They provide essential support services to the school system. You can see the bulleted list of, which includes a majority of our classified staff titles. As far as we seem to be missing we're not, okay, well, we will, okay, there seems to be, no, there we are. Yep, sorry about that. I thought I was on the wrong slide. So here's just a reminder of where we were at the beginning of the year. With its data was from August 26, 2024, comparing to our middle of year, which was February 27th. You can see a list of different classified employees in the chart. You see the number of beginning of year vacancies at the time, which totaled up to 20 vacancies when we began school on August 26. At our middle of year point, we still had 12 and a half vacancies. I will point to you that this is not a straight one-to-one relationship. Sometimes, this is not like we necessarily just filled those, or some people may have left. There's, shall we say, some churn as we go. Sometimes people separate from the school system. We have to replace. But overall, we're certainly pleased, as we would like to have 0 vacancies, but we're certainly pleased that the number of vacancies has reduced overall as a district from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. Some of our staffing solutions that we have done in addition to the usual, sort of maintaining our pipeline, reaching out, recruiting, has been we've used EC contract employees for related services as necessary. And another thing of note that we've brought in is to reinvigorate our pool of substitute custodians. Just keeping in mind, typically custodians don't get substitutes, but this is if a custodian is out on non-paid leave, then the funds for that position are free, and we can put somebody in there to help out at the schools. So that's something that was OCS did in the past before my time, and we've reinvigorated that. All right, for the next slide, our new classified hires, you'll see from the chart that in 2024, 2025, our HR team has processed and made 245 new classified hires. I do need to make a note about the substitutes. In all prior years, every substitute who was re-upping for the new year would get on a board report over the summer. You'd approve them. We had 108 substitutes who were renewed, and then we've added 49 more. We talked before about the feedback from the Teacher of the Year Roundtable of increasing our substitute pool, so that's been an emphasis. That's why that number is so large. 108 were from last year who re-upped to be eligible for substitute teaching assignments for this year. All right, for next slide is this just another way to see the data in terms of where they are. As we can see, the highest number of new classified hires were our bus drivers and monitors, which included 10 new bus drivers that we've hired since the start of the school year. 21 ECTAs is a high number, and of course, our large number of substitutes. Why is this data important? Well, our classified employees are important. I mean, there's sort of a straight way to say it is just that. We know that. We know how important our classified employees are to every student, to every staff member. And so some of the steps that we have been doing to support our classified employees is collaborating with our EC department to provide training for ECTAs to help increase retention, collaboration with transportation, as I talked about previously, in terms of trying to get more folks to get their CDLs. I've already talked about increasing the attention to substitute. We have started to be very intentional about collecting baseline data on daily fill rates to monitor efficiency of substitutes, and we hope to bring that as some regular reporting and staffing updates in the future. We had a very successful classified employee appreciation lunch back in November. And in addition, our resource groups that I mentioned back in the earlier presentation, they're open to everybody. So, anyone who wants to come for a resource group, we are not exclusive in any aspect. And so we think that's a source of strength. And in our resource groups, it is not uncommon for us to have a diverse group that's there. So we like that aspect of our resource groups. All right, certified staff. Same sort of chart that I just showed you for classified is here for certified. As you can, the dates are the same. The beginning of the year was from August 26th of 2024. Middle of year was February 27th, 2027. Our numbers are about the same. Well, they are the same, 17 and a half. Again, this is not a one-to-one. I know there were some questions about ELL teachers at Stanback. This information does not take into account the board report that was just approved on consent agenda. We've hired another one, so that's good news. But some of the creative staffing solutions we have is we're tapping into retired teachers. We have made use of extended work agreements that for hard-to-fill teaching vacancies that was only able to be done by the foresight of this board, our finance team from last year to have money in the budget to do that. Student intern use for instructional support staff. And then, again, contracted services for CTE and EC-related services is helping us to keep services for students as best we can. As far as the location of new hires, here's just a chart of our different schools and central services for our certified hires. As you can see, generally, some of our larger schools are near the top of the list, including our elementary schools. We're going to talk about that in just a second. Here's a breakdown of who we're hiring as our new certified employees. You'll notice that the biggest group of employees that we've been hiring are core elementary teachers, okay, 36 of this group. You'll notice on the chart on the right, the inset on the right, the total number in the district of elementary core teachers, 161. We hired 36. And that is a fairly high percentage. It's almost 25% of our elementary teachers, core elementary teachers, are new hires. It doesn't necessarily mean they're a new teacher, but it's a new hire to the district. You see the EC teacher is also a high number, percentage of our big group of our new hires, as well as our instructional support personnel. This is certified instructional support. I will note, just for the record, we do have one correction on this slide. We did not hire 4 certified chiefs. Apparently, I still count from my teaching license from a long time ago, so I'm one, but we really did hire 3 directors and executive directors, and it's only 3 chiefs. So if you're counting who's that 4th certified chief, that person doesn't exist right now. So where are our new employees? Okay, where are they in terms of their experience levels and their supplements? Well, you can see from the circle graph there in the blue, almost 50% of our new employees are being paid on our 12% supplement, meaning they are 0 to 5 years. Okay. On the flip side, well, not the flip side, but on the opposite end of the spectrum, almost over 20%, 1/5 of our new hires have 20+ years of experience, okay, which puts them on our highest level for our certified supplement at 18%. I will note that 9 of our 24 employees who were hired with 20+ years of experience, just over a third, were either retirees or are providing instructional support. Okay, just a little fact about that. Why is this data important? Because we have a lot of teachers who are new, right, in that 0 to 5 year. So HR has really structured our support for the district, right, about supporting our beginning teachers. It's critical. We all know the attrition rate for beginning teachers, that sort of thing. Some of the things that HR and our team has already done before I ever got here, the 3 pre-employment days that are available to beginning teachers to help ground them and get them started. This professional development, the guide mentors. We have a beginners to national board certification program as well to help support that. The licensure support that Ms. Bremer-Kaltz has instituted over the past few years. I think a week and a half ago on Friday, there was one of our first Ed TPA workshops where we had 2 mentors come, and there were about 10 teachers there working on their portfolio to get their initial license. It's a great vibe, helping them, support them with their portfolio, their writing. We're doing all of this focus to try to keep certified teachers in front of students. So these are all ways that we are supporting. Some of them I've mentioned previously in terms of licensure support. We have new partnerships are constantly being filed. We have a new North Carolina Teaching Fellows grant, which is going to be able to provide other opportunities and even some money and resources to new teachers who are not a teaching fellow, but we can still use that. We have just scheduled a North Carolina State University Teaching Fellows visit on March 27th as part of a new initiative with NCSU. Again, talking about OCS is a good place to work and grow. Extra PD for ECBTs, summer training, and continuing to support our employees by letting them know that OCS is supportive of new teachers of a diverse population. Talking about licensure, which is another important issue for staffing. Again, I'll use that middle column first where it's talking about the license. These are for beginning teachers 0 to 3 years, both new and returning. So as long as they're in that group of 0 to 3 years, we had a grand total of 81 teachers in this category. As you can see from that list, the largest number, 45, right? 45 out of 81 of our new teachers this year who are on a beginning license, they had their initial teaching license. That's still a pretty good rate from what I understand from other districts. That's over half of our teachers who are coming in have their initial teaching license. I know in other districts, the numbers can approach 60, 70%, even more of new teachers who are alternatively licensed. Okay, now it's not to say that alternatively licensed can't be great teachers too, but once you have that teaching license, you can spend 100% of your efforts on what you're doing in the class as opposed to worrying about a test you have to pass or doing more coursework, that sort of thing. And you can see the permit to teach, emergency license, and residency license. Those are our most common alternative licenses that are steps, I think, as I've said before, sort of the rungs of a ladder as you move towards your initial teaching license. But basically almost 50%, but under 50% of our BTs are alternatively licensed, and 25% of our entire teaching staff are in years 0 to 4. And you can see the list on the left about where our beginning teachers are. Why is this data important? Because it is difficult for districts to find teachers with their initial teaching license who are ready to go, who've been through the educational program, have their tests, have done their student teaching, all of that. So to help with that, Ms. Kaltz led an OCS alternative licensure fair back on January 28th. 99 individuals registered for the fair, including 21 of our own classified employees, to find out information about how to get licensed, to potentially become a teacher. We had 7 university partners, they're listed down below, who were available virtually and offered individualized sessions that people who attended the fair could get into breakout sessions and speak specifically with one of those institutions. ECU and NCCU also offered sessions on their TA to Teach programs. And since the January 28th fair, HR, primarily Connie, has met with 26 candidates to answer further questions, see where they are along the pipeline. So this is part of the ongoing work of our HR staffing team to keep that pipeline as full as possible. So national board certification. We love talking about national board because, of course, in addition to the recognition, the impact of students, we love it for our employees because the state pays them 12% more and they're still in the classroom. So we love it when the state's paying more for our teachers. At the start of 2024-25, we had 63 national board certified teachers. We have gained 15 this year. 11 of them were our own who achieved this. Well, there'll be an official recognition coming up in the near future, and 4 that hired into the district. So currently, as you can see on that chart in the top left, the classroom teacher in the spring, we're at 13% of the district has national board certification. If you look at the chart on the right about where the national boards are located, you might notice a very interesting stat there that we have a fairly small elementary school with an extremely high number of national board certified teachers. Okay, and I'm talking about Grady Brown here. One of the things that we have certainly learned over the years is that when we have cohorts of employees or teachers doing it together, working together, a supportive environment, they urge each other on. And so, we certainly know that that is a place that we want to devote our resources to, especially when we're talking with partnerships in other universities, even with, this is off national board, but with student teachers, bring them in cohorts. Let them feel like they're part of the team, right? A part of OCS, working together for mutual success. Our goal is to get to 20%. And that's why one of the reasons we're trying to devote resources, our beginner to board, beginning teacher to board certification programs, and reimbursements for those national board candidates. Why is this data important? National board certified teachers typically have higher student outcomes, increased retention. We already talked about the acknowledgement and the extra compensation from the state. In addition, if you see the second section here, exceeded growth, 32% of our national board certified teachers were at the exceeded growth status, as opposed to the overall population of our non-national board certified teachers were at 17%. So this is just, the more resources we put in this, the better for everybody. So that is something that we certainly look to, has already begun, and we look to continue. Another note, we do have our OCS job fair coming up in April. We have found over the years that virtual attendance typically is a lot higher than in-person attendance. And we don't want to do away with the in-person job fair, but what we have done is we've split it up into 2 events. A candidate can come to one, the other, or both is fine. We will have opportunities for individuals who attend virtually on the Wednesday, April 9th from 4 to 6. That may be convenient for people. If they're coming from afar, they can do it virtually. They'll have the opportunity to go into breakout rooms for individual schools. They could potentially set up an interview time and set that up ahead of time for Saturday, but we will still be having a sort of a truncated version on Saturday morning. We started it a little earlier. A lot of times, a lot of districts have job fairs all on the same day, so they can come to us first, and then, get them to an early contract, especially if they're a math teacher, and then they can go to the other job fairs. So that's the ideal case. Any questions?
Ms. Padilla?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering about the high turnover for elementary. Why do we have a high turnover?
I can't point to one specific reason. We get lots of different reasons on, for example, resignation forms. It could be that they go to other districts. It could be lots of reasons. I can't sit here and say that there's, this is the one reason.
So we haven't collected data as to kind of track why teachers are leaving elementary school?
What we do on their forms, there's a spot to put, to why they resign. In terms of tracking exactly, what everybody puts there, we have not been tracking that yet, but we certainly know, for example, like on the board report, when we produce the board reports and report on the separations, we see the patterns that emerge. And one of the patterns we know is, sometimes they go to other districts that pay more, sometimes they leave the profession, sometimes they retire. These are all reasons that people put on there.
Okay, I'm just concerned because, elementary is essential for our student body, so just the number is really high. Thank you.
Ms. Molly?
Great presentation, lots of information, and just a lot of gratitude for all of the different strategies that Connie and the whole team, everyone is putting in place here. It's a lot of additional support and work I feel really good about, like the beginning teacher supports and a lot of those things. And I do wonder for attrition rates, I'm curious how much is retirement and how that compares to other districts. I know we have like a fair number of teachers in the 20+ year category. So if we ever break out the data. I think the state report that comes out at the end of March, do they split it up that way, including like go to teach in another district, leave the state? Like, do they count retirement as well as one of those pathways?
I believe retirement is, but I'd have to check and get back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about that and to understand how much of that is an impact. And then I saw the high rate of new hires for EC teachers and also TAs, and I was wondering if you happen to know off the top of your head how many EC TAs we have? I'd love to know that, because hiring 21 ECTAs in 1 year seems like a big number too. So I'd love to know how much that is. I'm not going to quiz you on the spot. Never mind. If you could follow up with that.
I just presented this with the allotments at the.
Was it just?
So just a couple of weeks ago, it was in the allotment presentation, but I don't want to, in public say a number that I don't remember exactly.
I'll go look it up. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. Okay. And then love that you're starting to capture the daily fill rate and how effectively we're able to cover those, like cover the vacancies. Yeah, love that. Thank you.
Ms. Dole?
Just real quick, really appreciated the data presentation and the different ways you broke it out, beginning of year, middle of year, by site, by position, certified, classified. It really was well presented and very understandable with lots of detail, and I appreciate that. Touching on the National Board Certification, that's something we just started supporting just a couple years ago. So I'm glad that that's already reaping some benefits. And I'm wondering, my recollection is we were supporting half the costs, and I'm looking at, you have some good details here, and I was wondering if you could remind me or explain to me, because you have financial support for NBCT candidates on slide 18 there. Reimburse 10 candidates for purchases of required components, local funds to assist. So did some of them have everything covered, or how did that work?
So generally, there's 4 different components to the
Right.
National Board certification process, and the reimbursement typically is you can get reimbursed for the first take of it. Not everybody applies for the complete National Board package at one time. So somebody may want to split it up over 2 years and do like 2 components this year and 2 components next year. We're trying to find the funds as much as we can to support everyone who's going through it, to try to give them full reimbursement. As much as we can do that, we feel that the benefit to OCS is that's just a very valuable use of whatever funds or grants we can sort of move around. For example, there was a grant to help, there was money allocated to support reimbursement for teachers taking their licensure tests. But then we got a grant for that, and we were able to move that money to have available to reimburse for National Board certified teachers, right? So that was done in conjunction with Dr. Pack and academics. So we all realize the benefit for National Board certification. But as far as how much is reimbursed, we try to go full as much as our money will allow.
Okay, I got you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for this. And so funny, because I didn't pick up so much on the number of people that we hired, but I was very impressed that the number of openings was relatively small, and I love staying out of the news, so thank you for that. I have questions that's related to some of the things that were said about matching the supports that we're providing with our needs. And on the beginning teachers, actually one of the reasons I'm so interested in advanced teaching roles is mentoring support, the on-site mentoring support for beginning teachers. But with all these beginning teachers, do they all have mentors? Or are we able to provide enough mentors to support all the beginning teachers?
Every beginning teacher has a mentor. The question is how many is it just one mentor for one beginning teacher? I don't believe that's the case. We don't have enough necessarily mentors to match with the one-on-one with each beginning teacher.
Yeah, I guess I'll say it's budget season, so I'll just leave it there on that. But it would be, it's great to have these creative strategies are fantastic, but we have to really provide the support, right? I have the same question with Sarah. I'd never heard the term fill rate on substitutes. It's great to see all these substitutes, but are we able to cover the classes? And it seems that there may be an answer for elementary schools that's different than the answer for secondary, but it would be really helpful.
Yeah, we look forward to, in the future, getting that in a position where we can report that. So hopefully if October is the next staffing update, then hopefully we'll have some numbers by then.
Great. And one last question on school social workers, the unsung heroes. I love that. We have 5 new ones. That's actually a high number for us as a percentage. And social workers get lost because unlike counselors or psychologists, they don't get paid for master's degrees, right? The counselors and psychologists do get paid for masters. The social workers are on the teachers' pay scale. So when teachers lost master's pay, so did the social workers. And for us, it actually meant changing the job description for our social workers. So my question is, with so many new social workers, do we have the supports that they need as beginning social workers? Especially if they don't have master's or clinical experiences. We don't even have the equivalent of national board certification for social workers. So, and if we can't provide the supports for the few number of social workers, should the board be considering reinstating master's pay just for the social workers? It's a rhetorical question. I'm putting it out there, but I think it's, I want to know if we're really able to adequately support our social workers.
Thank you. I will then leave it as a rhetorical question for now. I do want to say before, I don't know if there were other questions. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mr.
Well, first, thank you for all the data and all the information. It's wonderful to see we're tracking this and how we're making improvements. I also want to thank you for actually using pictures within our district. I love seeing the real pictures of our district and in those situations. Just a couple of things. One, I think one of the things that's really important about Orange County Schools is that we bring in teachers based on their experience. And that was a change that happened, I know, after I came on the board, where if you were a teacher that had 10 years of experience and you came here, you started at year 1. And as you show the breakdown of how many years you have experience, and I think that's one of the big reasons we're getting more experienced teachers, because we support whatever your experience is, and I think that's a wonderful thing we do. The other thing I think that really sticks out to me is 43% of our beginning teachers are alternative licensing, or what we've been calling for years, grow your own, and I think that will continue to be one of our good sources of bringing in people that are already in our schools, people that know our students, know our staff, know our culture, and easy to bring in. So really excited to see that program grow and people utilizing it. I had the same question about the national board certification, kind of how often are we having education sessions or information sessions out to teachers and staff about that? I know they talk to each other about it, but how are we engaging to let them know that we are interested in helping them become certified?
So first of all, I've got to mention other team members here. So first of all, the pictures in the presentation, we got to thank Connie for that as well, because she's the brains behind that operation. But Rhonda Wood over in Dr. Pack's shop in academics and Connie work together a lot for the support for National Board. There is regular sessions. It is somewhat cyclical, like you have to apply by a certain time and be part of a cohort as you go through. It's not like you can just sort of sign up at any point during the year. So there's all staff emails about, sessions to learn about national boards, and then the support. Some of the support for National Board is statutory in nature, like National Board candidates can have substitutes for 3 days to work on their national boards, and that's something that we support in addition to having other sort of mentorship sessions. But there's plenty of information that goes out about in staff email, and we know that our teachers are required to be on emails and read their emails.
All right, thank you so much.
Mr. Richmond?
Yeah, I just want to circle back around to the comment that I made earlier, the prior presentation. But have we done any research to see, or any surveys to see if we have any students that are possibly thinking about becoming a teacher and maybe starting that student teaching co-op program? I think Orange County would be in a unique situation to start something like that and try to not only grow our own, but try to recruit more student teachers.
So I know in the past, OCS has had even, I think, some scholarships for teachers who are moving on. I'm not sure that oh, please. Thank you, Dr. Pack.
That's a little bit my area, so I'll help. So the answer is yes. Mr. Kowick talked about the partnership they were having with the Teaching Fellows Program. Excuse me. Ooh, I ran out of breath just coming over here, sorry. And part of that plan is to grow our own. And so some of you guys at the next meeting will get that grant proposal to approve. But part of that proposal is to use some of that funding to take a group of students, give them some extra activities and support who've expressed some interest in teaching, some type of internship, and grow them ourselves to create that program. So that's a piece of it, as well as our new teacher support.
Awesome. Thank you.
I just want to add on to that because I think one of the wonderful programs I've seen is where the Cedar Ridge seniors go over to Grady Brown and actually participate, they volunteer, and many of them that I've spoken to said, after doing this, I really want to teach. This is what I want to do. And I think us having those schools so close and that opportunity for them to be able to do that, I think helps. Mr. Richmond, to your point, getting the interest early and actually seeing them be able to do it.
The part of that is to have those authentic experiences, part of that program for both high schools.
That's what I was going to add. Orange High School also participates in that.
Thank you.
If I can say one thing, I'd just like to thank you for putting this in this format because it makes it so much easier to understand, so much easier to read. One thing I'd like to see you add to that is if you have this information, and knowing Ms. Bremer Caltz, she probably could find it out. How many teachers do we have in Orange County right now who came out of Orange County schools? Because I know there are quite a few. And that would be something that is interesting to see and maybe tap into them in helping facilitate, help get more people that are coming out of our system that would be interested in coming back to Orange County schools. Just a thought. I know you got plenty to do. I've seen tonight, you've done plenty tonight here just to see it, to show us this stuff. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, our greatest resource are our people, right? That's where most of our money goes. It's to our staff, and if we can use our staff to help recruit more great employees, we're gonna look into it.
Yeah. But some of those people that have come out of Orange County might be interested in going into a high school and talking to, or coming to a job fair if they know that some of the people that may be from Orange County, I don't know. Just a thought as I was sitting here. But thank you for all this hard work. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
All right. Let me get my glasses on so I can see. I think Mr. McCoon with our Ombuds report for this quarter. Hard to believe it's quarter 3.
Right? It's flying by. Good evening, Chair Purcell, Vice Chair Richmond, members of the board, Superintendent Jones, members of the public, and of course the public watching at home. I'd be remiss not to say that because my kids are watching right now. Hi, boys. Tonight I bring to you our Q3 report for Ombuds. I'm excited to bring forward this data per policy to see how we're doing so far. So I want to start really quickly, just as a reminder of the why. Of course, we're here, we work for children. I just want to make sure we always center back to that as part of our mission, but just again, remember our what we're here for. The second one is a reminder of the standards of practice. These are the 4 standards that's set by the International Ombuds Association that set forth the work that I do in supporting employees as ombuds. Those 4 pillars are confidentiality, independence, impartiality, and informal. So I wanted to make sure that just leading with that as well, as a reminder, that's what the standards of practice are. The second reminder are the 9 uniform reporting categories as presented and given to me by the International Ombuds Association. These, as again, a reminder, these are the categorical areas that I code each individual visitor or group visitor interaction with. So they fall into one of these 9 categorical areas. In my next slide, I'll go into a little bit of feedback, because I do remember the feedback that I was given at the last board meeting, and I did reach out to my colleagues a little bit about how that goes, because if you notice in the abstract, I do have the full uniform reporting categories. And each one of those 9 have a bunch of subset categories. So I did reach out to my colleagues in the K-12 Ombuds group that represent Ombuds practitioners from all over the country and asked, how do you all use these uniform reporting categories? And most all of them said we use the 9. So I said, how about, do you use any of the subset categories? And their feedback was really, we stick to the 9 because it allows us to focus on the primary need at hand. However, that helps us to be able to categorize areas. Now, that being said, as some additional feedback, if you notice on the very bottom of those files, those were written in 2014. So these uniform reporting categories from the International Ombuds Association are 10 years old now at this point. And I did get feedback from the group that the International Ombuds Association is seeking to update those, which is some great opportunity. So I'm looking forward to hopefully be a part of that conversation moving forward with my peers and colleagues all over the country. So as of now, sticking to using those 9 uniform reporting categories to code the interactions with the employees. So now we'll go into the data. So since August, I have been able to meet with 30 Orange County school staff members, 30. And these are individual or individuals in a group. That's the total people. So some of them were in groups and some of them were individual. 87% are certified staff. So that would make sense. We have a lot of certified staff. But 13% are also classified staff. So we have representation from both. The highest uniform reporting category is peer and colleague relationships. That category is the highest one that I've seen in my interactions with staff members, with a very, very close second at 43% being services and administrative issues. So that means those are the top 2 uniform reporting categories that I'm seeing in the interactions with the staff members. I do want to also round out and get my top 4. I do have small numbers in safety, health, and physical environment, as well as small numbers in compensation and benefits. Of course, 3 and 7% out of 30. You can tell that those are very, very small. As a reminder, I'm able to meet with staff as individuals or in groups per policy. And at this time, I don't have any broader trends that are systemic in nature across the entire school district to be able to elevate and report here at the board floor. But those 4 areas with peer and colleague relationships being the primary area that I'm seeing the most feedback from. I do like to say this, and I've said this before, the feedback is a gift. The reason it's a gift is we get it in the present. And I feel very honored to be able to have this opportunity to meet with these individuals who really show, and I can't say this enough, do show a real act of bravery to be able to do this. And I appreciate that interaction with them and taking the time and effort to meet them where they are. I do want to say again, I'll mention out the slide, I will meet you where you are. I will call you where you are. I will come to you where you are. However you feel comfortable, I want to make sure that's there. So here are the data that I wanted to present to the board based in policy. That's the total number of visitors, our certified versus classified, and our highest uniform reporting categories. As a reminder, I don't just meet and listen. One of the largest things I need to be doing is providing agency to staff to make a change. That's a big part of this. So I listen, I follow up with them to make sure that they have an idea in that conversation. What are your options for next steps? I will also say, I have returners. I have individuals who meet with me and then come back for a follow-up conversation to take the next steps. Because sometimes, I just got to be honest, they're not ready in that moment to take the step. I've provided options for them. It just be like, I need to go back and think about it. I need to take some time, and then they come back and ask for that feedback, and I provide them all the options. I do not tell them what to do, but I tell them what they can do, and that's the staff agency, to make sure they have a clear and present understanding of what they're able to do in their own life. So as a reminder, here's all my contact information. I do have flyers over here. I've given flyers out to the boards. Thank you for the shameless plug, appreciate that. I'm working on getting them out to the schools as I continue to meet with them and bringing them out to staff lounges. And really it's about meeting staff where they are and being able to provide that service and that opportunity. And it really has been just a very fulfilling opportunity. Because I think we've talked about it here at least once or twice before about it's not always just bringing a concern, it's answering a question, or being there to support that too, because I can as well. And I can assure you, if I don't know and I'm able to, I'm going to find you the answer, because you deserve that chance as well as for all of our staff members. So that's my my Ombuds report for Q3. I'll turn it over to you all for questions.
Any questions? Ms. Dole?
Thank you, Mr. McCune. Just a quick comment. I appreciate the presentation and, and how you're fleshing out this role and providing an understanding for all of us of how it works. And I like that you have data to share. And I understand it took a little while to have, because you're protecting anonymity, you had to wait till you had some data to keep it anonymous. And so I like how you presented it, because it gives enough information for, board members to understand some of those areas, but protects the anonymity of the individuals. And so I find that very helpful. So thank you.
I do also want to say that out of the total number, 63% have been since the new year. So the numbers are going up, and I appreciate that they're coming. So for what it's worth.
Ms. Padilla? Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation and how you put it so easily. I'm just wondering about what percentage, if you can say, or if you know the information, of some of the issues brought up to you have been resolved? Just curious.
So I feel comfortable saying I have provided every single staff member great options to take the next step. And a lot of them have already done that. They already have. And I know that through anecdotal conversations. I know that I've been in a return visit with them. Can I say all 30 have been completely fixed? No. But I can say confidently that a good chunk of them have taken the options that have been given, and they have taken that agency for the next step. I'm not always part of what that next step looks like, because it's on them. If they come back after support, I get a little bit of a window in how far they've gone, but I can say that they have all been given the options to be able to make the change that they need to see and feel comfortable with, because that's what it also comes down to, where the comfort level is, because some of them are just telling. And I say, here are your options, you have the choice. Some choose to do something, some don't. So to be able to say, I know all of them that have been fixed, I can't be able to say that, but I do feel good about saying a good number of them have been able to make the change for themselves where they feel comfortable.
Well, thank you. I do like the fact that you're the agent to kind of alleviate some of the issues they might be learning or not understanding how to navigate. So thank you.
Anyone, Ms. Molly?
Thank you so much for this report. I was a little surprised there weren't more folks coming to you about evaluative relationships, like their supervisor, since I think that's like sometimes we hear about that kind of stuff. So, but the data is the data. And I'm just curious, two things. One, like, are there any broader themes that would lead to any recommendations for us, the board, in terms of like broader action for the district or anything like that? And it may still be too soon to tell, but like, I would say as you build up information over the course of the year and we sort of come around to the full year, I'd be interested to know whether there's any sort of broader recommendations for us. And then I'm just curious, obviously this, without giving away any specific examples or anything, I'm curious what sorts of follow-up, like trends in the kind of follow-up you're recommending for people. Are these like conversations that folks need some coaching and guidance and support to, like, you need to initiate this conversation with your peer and like coaching how they might say it? Like what kinds of follow-ups are you recommending to folks?
So the best first way to describe that question would be to make sure they understand what they can do. because they're still coming to me for a reason. It's, I don't know what to do. Something has happened. I don't know what the step is. What are the, because you have a range, right? What are the formal policy sides of it? What are the informal policy sides of it? So I have to be able to meet them where they are to make sure they understand what the options they have, and then the coaching can happen. And it's not really coaching, it's providing options, because I never want it to come off as like, this is what Franklin would do, because that's not the nature of the role. The nature of the role is to make sure they know what they can do, so that helps them lead to whatever the next steps will be. And could that be correlative coaching? A little bit, but it's really making sure they're really clear about what they can do. And that's really why they're coming to me in the first place, because they don't know where to start, or they're worried about where the role is going to take them, or the questions, or what has happened to them. So it's a safe and comfortable environment to really just ask all the questions. There's no I'm not an evaluative supervisor. I don't evaluate them, so they can be very open and honest about anything and everything. So that way they feel comfortable when I present the options to them. Okay, these are legitimate things that should be taken into consideration, and then leave every conversation with, you don't have to have the answer now. You can come back and see me. Think about it. Maybe you have an additional question after you thought about, yeah, I'm leaning in this one. What does that mean? Walk me through the process. I have a range. Some are like, okay, I've heard the process. Some are like, I need a step-by-step. What does this mean? If I did this, what is that? If I did this, what is that? So that I have to meet them kind of where their understanding is and their comfort level. Did I answer your question, Ms. Smiley?
Ms. Smiley?
Do you ever coach?
Bowser, I'm sorry,
That's
Ms.
fine.
Smiley. I
We
don't-
know.
Must be the hair. I don't know what it is.
Do you, sometimes, people come and say things like, I don't feel supported. And that could mean a lot of things. And I was curious if you ever help them become more precise about what it is that's troubling them and how to become more focused.
Well, the first step in that is really listening. I have to listen through what they're presenting to me, because maybe that support is weaved down inside of where the pain is or where the trauma is at. So if I can help kind of listen through, kind of all right, so here's where your options are, then I can help point you to where support is. Because maybe they don't know where the support is at all. And the first step is I need to be able to tell you where the challenge is, so I can at least point you in the direction of support. And then that helps them be able to take the agency to make the change. So it really it's deep listening to where they're coming from, because as you said, the support could be very, very different. Right. I see that in first-time visitors, I see that in returning visitors, and they look very different. And the most important thing, school systems have a lot of moving pieces. They need to make sure they understand where they can go for help and how they can do that and take the agency.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser. Mr.
Mr. McEwen, I just want to thank you for stepping up, taking this role, really going out and empowering our staff. And I think it's an important role. And as Ms. Smiley said, I would be very interested at the end of the year, kind of those higher items that maybe we can learn as a district, what may not be bubbling up or falling through the cracks, whether it's training, whether it's acknowledgements, or just things that we may not realize because it doesn't fall under a policy or an item like that, that really will make a difference, especially in subgroups. We don't know what each person really needs, and I think that can help us be a better district. If at the end you find something that may be common that keeps coming up that's not obvious. So definitely looking forward to hearing more. Thank you.
You're welcome. The only thing I could say parallel to that is the feedback I get is, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate this option. I appreciate having a place to go. So that's a step in the right direction, right? And that, again, that's a testament to the board from the moment the conversation was started several years ago.
Any comments, Mr. Richmond?
I'll just thank you for what you do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for this report. It's nice to see that people are feeling more comfortable and coming out and know that this is there for them. You are there for them. So thank you for what
Yes, ma'am. And as a reminder, please, I have brochures. I know you all have them. I'm trying to get them out to schools. For staff who are listening, I'm here for you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, bond update.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just a courtesy, it's 9:35, just want to do a time check. Everyone is okay with that?
Yeah, because I'm calling people by other names up here, so.
All right.
Bedtime, obviously.
Davis, Chief Operating Officer. Good evening to everyone here. As noted, we have a bond update, primarily to give you an update of where we are, as well as a review of some community input sessions and some surveys. Just want to reiterate how we got here. And so we had a facility assessment and feasibility study by the Woodward Report, and it is a comprehensive data collection, a series of options, and a final recommendation, the best return on investment for Orange County residents, students. And these questions followed some things that you will see. Given the condition needs of each building relative to its replacement costs, should it be maintained, renovated, or replaced? Given population trends relative to school capacity, does Orange County need the same, more, or fewer facilities? Given the size and adequacy of these buildings, would a renovated facility be more of a viable option that is able to educate students for decades to come? And overall, what is the best strategy to make certain every student in every community has access to safe and educational adequate schools? And so from that report, the WHOOP report developed phases based on the urgency of the requests and a 0 to 5, a 5 to 10, and a much further lookout on the needs here in the district. Again, if you read that report, you will know that there's over $1 billion worth of need and just a finite amount of money. As you can see here in phase 1, at that time, the estimated total was around $179 million. As you know, in November, the community voted unanimously for approval of a $300 million bond, of which $125 million would go to Orange County schools. And so if you look at phase 1, it lists the potential projects and rank them based on the strategy that I mentioned earlier on answering some of those questions. The components of the portfolio include a facility conditions assessment, the educational adequacy assessment, enrollment, and capacity that brought these schools to the forefront of phase 1. And so we've looked at a variety of different options. We've come to the board on several occasions in our finance and capital planning meetings, started to see what is available in our current portfolio. And so on tonight, we're going to continue to briefly update you on those options. Option 1 is a new K-5 on-site replacement at Central Elementary. This may be new information, but stated in our previous slide, it has always been a phase 1 and a priority for the district to look at the potential of a new K-5 on the replacement of Central Elementary. Option 2, a new K-5 on the Gravelly Hill site or adjacent to the Gravelly Hill site. And then option 3, a new K-8 on-site replacement at Orange Middle School. Further detail on these options, considerations that we continue to work with our consultants to refine, and in future meetings, we will continue to drill down to the best project to start in the fiscal year 2026. So again, K-5 on-site replacement at Central Elementary. Things that we're considering to make this a viable option is whenever we make a decision what will impact students, we look at things like swing space and the access that will be needed during construction. We also look at the age of facility and the educational adequacy, making sure that our students are ready for 21st century learning. And then option 2, on the Greenfield site, not disturbed, a K-5 near Gravelly Hill Middle School. Again, land availability, as we've talked in previous meetings about the time it would take to buy appropriate land with appropriate size and appropriate conditions. We know that we have a finite period of time, and time is also associated with money. We also would look at the locations of these sites because it would also impact other modes of transportation, our transportation department, our child nutrition department in terms of deliveries, as well as this would require some redistricting in the 28-29 school year. And then our third option is a new K-8 on-site replacement at Orange Middle. Again, as we look at our total list in phase one, we'll be able to appropriate a new elementary as well as appropriate the sizing of a middle school. Again, we've seen the benefits of a matriculation from K to 8th grade, and so that will keep with our retention of elementary to middle, as well as we will right-size our district by consolidating into one project, reducing our facility operation costs over time, as well as phasing the construction and impacts to our traffic, as well as we know that on that main thoroughfare with Orange Middle and Orange High, it can be congested during school hours. So that was kind of the quantitative. We'll get to our qualitative. We want to make sure that we provide you enough information when the time comes for you to render a decision that bases on facts, figures, feasibility, as well as the community input. So here are a couple of things that we launched a survey in February. We just closed it last week. In a minute, we'll show you the respondents. But we wanted to ask who are the folks that were engaging in this survey, the household size, things about how well our current facility meets the students' needs, any recommendations, importance of programming, importance of transition, and also some other questions about opting into future bond updates. So we had over 391 respondents. Kudos to Kevin Smith and his public relations information team of really making sure we posted on every media, newspaper, as well as email and text threads. I think kudos to his team for getting such a large number of respondents. As you hear, it's broken up. Every school in the district was represented, as well as staff, community, students, parents, and guardians. And so we had a wide variety of where we saw these respondents coming from. I just want to take a minute to look and extrapolate, Jeff, for that word, some of the data that we have seen and current facilities impact on learning, as well as preference for new versus renovated schools. So for the current facilities of the 391 respondents, they felt that the current facilities, we ranked them from 1 to 5, was at a 3. So we're not so bad. We're middle of the road, which is pretty good. Kudos to our maintenance department for keeping us up and running. And then what is the role of facility impact on student achievement? And so the community, at least from this data, really wants to make sure that our facilities are impactful for student learning. It is also important, we saw 5s on both the importance of program options as well as the importance of transition to 6th grade. And so this information, again, is taken as a collection to our consultants that we will see in future presentations provide greater opportunity to render what project the school district does first. When it comes to preference of new versus renovated, this to your right shows that we have a larger preference to renovate schools versus new schools, but of the preference to do new schools, it was at the elementary school level, as you see at the bottom, that took a slightly greater advantage when it comes to new versus renovated. So we want to talk about some of our community engagement sessions. We've had 2 over the course of the last couple of weeks. Here's some images of our illustrious superintendent as well as community input and our consultants, really listening sessions, capturing the voices who will be impacted from this decision. Again, we had over 25 attendees on February, in total, from February 25th and the March 3rd meeting. We had 2 kind of exercises. The first one was stating the importance of program choice. And as you see from the data, we wanted the respondents to rate their highest priority versus their lowest priorities, all having great impact on the program once the project has been determined for OCS. And so just a quick standout, STEM and STEAM has one of the largest kind of priorities for the district. Arts was a focus. No one thought that should be a low priority. As well as magnet and school choice was also rose to the top of this data. The second exercise was that the consultants provided us a time to play with some money Each respondent got a total of 125, which represents the total amount of money the county has stated to give us over the next 10 years. And this is not a representation of how the bond money will be spent, but we created these 5 buckets, K-5, K-8, elementary school renovation, a middle school renovation, and a high school renovation. And from the 2 nights, the data looked something like K-8 rose to the top on a spending basis, and a high school renovation was a close second. Again, this is not any representation of the direction or input in terms of a K-8 or high school, but this is just an exercise to show that if you have $125 million in this need, it's really difficult to make sure all needs are taken care of. So I think the respondents, from listening to them, really got a sense of just how difficult the decision that the board will have to make when making their best for students. So what are our next steps? So again, just want to reiterate that the options that are presented to you have not come out of left field. They've always been a part of the Woodward study. We have just really done a deeper dive in the feasibility of the options, as well as placing our priority list with, again, the finite money and time that we have. And so the next bond update will be on the March 24th, where we will bring further analysis of community input and some more feasibility on the options that you saw here today. With that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions, Ms. Hauser?
Sure. I'm going to thank you for this, and thank you. I love the introduction. Thanks for that. That was great. And thank you for the progress that you're making on this. I attended both community meetings and really appreciated the quality of the conversation that you all had with the community. You've got a great team. Congratulations on that. And the topic is really complicated. So, and I just want to take a minute to say one thing that I'm getting questions about. I just want to clarify something for the public. The county commissioners set aside $300 million for the bond, but they also set aside another roughly $250 million to do maintenance on schools. That's roof repairs, HVACs, and other things that are the smaller projects. And we get I think we got about $100 million of that. And so if people are interested, so people are worried about what about all those projects? So if people are interested in that, we approved the capital investment plan that lists all our projects, and that's on the January 27th board meeting. So you can see. So the bond projects are the big capital projects, or it's just 2 or 3 of them, or I love the way Mr. Davis refers to them as 21st century. These are 21st century learning projects. It's not about roofs and HVACs. I just have to say I appreciate these updates, but I find it confusing because the options are changing, and I don't know why. I don't understand the data behind it or why. I like the idea of K-8, but without data, it's just like another opinion. And so I need your help to guide us through the decision-making process. And of course, so here's some of the questions that I would like to hear about. I'd like to understand more about enrollment trends, not redistricting, but new students, losses, and other information to help us understand how much capacity do we need to be planning for, and what's the ideal location for K-5 or K-8. Again, it's not redistricting, but the question is how will the location of the school impact transportation? To say that differently, if our kids are in Hillsborough, should we be really looking at building a school in Efland? So that's one thing. The second question is, will the location of a beautiful new school help Orange County schools attract families to OCS, and does the location affect that? And there's a question on K-8 on the Orange Middle Campus. The obvious question is whether or not it makes sense to co-locate an elementary school with a high school. Don't know the answer. I just need your help and guidance on that. I realize that you're planning buildings, but in addition to optimizing the size and the location of the schools, we need some indication of where we're headed with year-round, and if it will impact capacity and building configuration. I'd also like to understand what's happening with the county on program management and the interlocal agreement. I'd like to learn about that before we're asked to sign it. So the board really needs an update on how that's going. And I'd actually like to hear from other board members on the process. I personally don't, I mean, you guys have so much work to do and you're doing a lot of work. I don't need an update every 2 weeks. But what I would love is for you to pull the data that you need and the options, and really let's sit down and talk about it all. And once we've had a chance to have a review, then bring it out to the public so the public can weigh in. And I'd of course like to see the communities that are most impacted by the schools to be engaged, actively engaged in the discussion. These are critically important. We're a little school district. You've got a great team, and I just would like to engage a little bit more deliberately and toward a plan that we can all be proud of. But you're really making great progress, but I just am kind of suggesting some things for going forward. And I'm curious what other board members think. Thank you so much.
Any other comments, questions? Ms. Molly?
I have a question about the K-5 on-site replacement at Central, because that's like a newer option. We talked at least briefly about both of the other ones before. So I guess I'm just kind of wondering like how that one would actually work. Like, is that really a feasible option? Like, we don't have swing space. Like, I think one of the things that we've discussed is the need to close the facility that houses Hillsborough Elementary School. So like, but I assume in this version that wouldn't happen because the elementary school that would be being replaced is Central. Like how, I don't know, like is that, and then I always felt like the topography of that site, like there were some issues there. So like, how did that one get sort of surfaced, and like how, is there like a vision for how that one might work if we went that way?
Thank you for your question. So the first thing is land availability. So we've determined that it's better to use the land that we currently have versus spending some of our bond monies to buy greenfield. And so if we looked at the potential of land that is currently in our portfolio, Central, given the facility conditions assessment and the educational adequacy, as well as enrollment and capacity, rose to the top as a viable option. If that is decided on, it is enough land behind the current location to look at designing a building at footprint where we either allow operation of the existing Central until it's finished, and then do some of the meandering or traffic calming measures as we demolish the existing Central. The other opportunity will be that you demolish the Central and then you use location and proximity of feeder schools to Central as the swing space until the new school will be built. We will look at, when you start talking about programming, the capacity. Again, as stated through the WIP report, consolidation and right-sizing our district may be some of the pinch points, but we want to make sure that we reduce the amount of disruption for as fewer students as possible. And so when you look at the traditional school of Central, as opposed to other schools that may be of choice, that makes it a little bit less of a hurdle than some of the other options that have been risen to the front.
Okay, and then have we looked at other schools where they have like a lot of acreage and could, like, I just saw something earlier, like Cedar Ridge has like 70 acres or something. So like, have we considered all of those sites where we just have a bunch of additional land that's not?
Yes, so of the available land that we currently own, these are the three options that can go either way in terms of a K-8 or a K-5. But we thought that the board understood that time was of the essence, and right now, spending money on a greenfield site, if we had some available land currently in our portfolio, was a better efficiency of the use of dollars. But we definitely can look at some greenfield sites and the cost that we haven't seen them come up yet in terms of viable of what we need. But we can definitely continue to look at that angle if board is given those directions.
Ms. Dole?
Thank you for your presentation and for your answering Sarah's question. I thought with option 2, my recollection of talking about the acreage at Gravelly Hill was that land is already there. So when it says greenfield site, that to me means we'd have to buy land next to Gravelly. But I thought we talked about how it had 40 to 50 acres and had enough for an elementary school. Am I remembering wrong?
That is correct. There have been some discussions of potential nearby adjacent land, but yes, we do have land for a K-5 to be positioned on the currently owned Gravelly Hill Middle School.
Mr. Atherton?
Thank you for the updates and also all the community engagement, and definitely looking forward to more community engagements. For option 1 on the central, I know there's under the considerations, I think one of the big ones that comes to mind for me going there is the traffic. You know, right now, if I had to guess, there's about 80 cars that come in and the rest of the students are coming over bus. And we're really talking about, 500, 600 students, and those now proportionally increasing. I can't imagine that traffic going over that roadway. And, definitely have heard concerns about traffic from the community that lives there and, what that would look like, especially the parking, right? Right now, the parking barely meets the staffing needs and how that would look. So I definitely would like to understand as this one evolves, just how that would work and we don't, overburden that area or, parking as well. But I do like the idea of swinging the space like you're saying and growing in the back, but I'm very concerned with just the management of the traffic that would be there.
Yes, that is also a concern of ours, but we do have some subject matter experts who have done in compact neighborhood sites. Just really quickly, the school, there are new parameters that would allow us to carve into the site to deal with the off-site road improvements that are currently not there. And so I feel confident that with the available land, we can address some of those off-site road improvements with bringing some of the traffic inside the site, which currently is not available to do that in its current condition.
Okay, that makes sense. On the Gravelly option, I think one of the key items that I think is important to consider is how do we get families off that road, right, and not back it up, and that's a very dangerous area. And also looking at how we interconnect the schools, right? Behind the soccer.com, there's that parking lot and getting rid of that and, whatever. I just think that it's important as we're looking at some of the things we're learning from other schools and vicinities and, how do we make it easiest for parents that go from elementary to a middle school if that option is considered. And then option 3, that just comes to mind, I know all of these are challenging regardless, is, I know I hear all the time about the traffic on that road. And, I think those are key things as y'all are looking through these and recommendations, how we would answer that, right? Because obviously putting an elementary school in there, we're now going to have more families coming through there. And you put, the afternoon with the buses, with the parents, and the athletics of the high school and the middle school and, any programs going on, that's really a lot. But I think, you've got options with that, but I think those are some of the key things that as you're going through this. I'd definitely like to understand what's the thoughts and how do we address that to make it, very efficient for our transportation and our families, and, how we can collaborate in any of these spaces as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have
Do we need a motion to extend by 5? I move to extend the meeting by 5 minutes.
second.
Aye.
Okay, I didn't even notice the time. Thank you, Ms. Miles.
So I just, and to Will's point, it would be helpful to know if it was a perfect world and you had no constraints, where would you put this school? Because then as we look at options, we could understand the real cost. Because the cost is not just the construction cost or the land cost, it's the cost of 30 years of transportation. It's the cost, you've made a pretty compelling case for K-8 and the administrative costs. So there's lots of costs, and I think of those as the macro costs, the costs that we're going to have to live with for years. So, and it might make sense to invest, I'm going to make up a couple $1 million. I don't mean to be cavalier with the public's money, but it might make sense to invest in order to put the school in a good location, if that option exists. But I think the ideal would be really helpful as a baseline.
Yeah, we're taking all of your comments. We hope to come back on the 24th with a rubric that addresses the pros and cons. And so if one site has a rating of 5 when it comes to traffic, one site may have a rating of 4. And so it'll be up to you to interpret what's the board's vision. Again, we want to minimize as much of the student disruption as possible. And so we want to make sure that we impact as much of the students in OCS as possible. And so we'll be bringing you numbers of how many students are impacted by decisions in terms of matriculating to middle school or in terms of year-round. We've heard that, and so we're going to bring all that information on the 24th and hope to have some further discussion.
Ms. Miles?
I do just have a request as you do that. I think thinking about the cost, when we had an earlier, this was probably a year ago, we had a presentation on the relative cost of building a K-8 school versus K-5 school. So, making one choice or another, there's trade-offs in what we can do in other spaces in terms of an addition or a renovation or something like that. So I think having that information as well would be helpful.
Yeah, if I could just elaborate on that a little bit, because I think that, the part that was missing when we heard it last year was K-5, and I'll use your numbers, K-5 is a 500-student school, K-8 is an 800-student school. Bigger school costs more money, and I think if I'm listening to you correctly, you're trying to do this more efficiently and possibly newer, fewer schools, right? That was really the question. That's why, what's the need, right? What's the overarching need? And that's really hard, I think, for people, for all of us to wrap our heads around, right? It's like, what's the overarching need? What problem are we solving? What's the portfolio look like? And how does this project impact the portfolio? Thank you.
I'd just like to say thank you for your presentation. I look forward to the 24th when you come back with some more information and ideas.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying past 10 o'clock. I appreciate it.